Yeah, I'm trying to add the if-def here. It should also add the directive hash. Very annoying. So I want to add a token. the directive, knowing that the gap will contain a hash. And the only support that I have for that currently is passing a fixed string. Although that would easily go past the current location even. So it's just not the right thing to do. This is intended for, I don't know where this ends, but it ends at as soon as we see this fixed string. And in this case I have already have a location, and I would just want to find the hashtag that is in the gap. So from the end of the last token that was added until this location, which is something else. Maybe something stupid like that. So add tokens, then I'm even going to give the new name, I think. So then this function is going to add 2 tokens. A hash with this type, and then a directive at this location. And the directive is simply the ifdef, so just call it ifdef. Let's not talk about backslash new lines. It happens, but it's would pollute my comments like everywhere. I should have print string here, right? We just want to have that everywhere. Print string does get a color. Yeah, it's defined in debug strip operators. What namespace? In public namespace. No. No, in namespace debug. But that should be included in this thing, so we can just call print string. It compiles and is working. Nope, debug is not included. Why not? Yeah, whatever. Yep, it works. That is, it prints it at input tokens. Directive hash. And a directive that starts at line 2, column 7. Yep, you need to get current offset too. And well, from the source location. Unfortunately, in the same way as the already existing function, which means code duplication. Yeah, but just one line. Cannot be helped. Nope. Just either onto this one. Hello, guys, people. Okay, what do I have now? It's not called arc start here. This is Peter, whatever. I'm not entirely sure what this is pointing to though. Token 1 offset is, I think, the offset of the first character of the token, right? Well, that should work. Let's say an iterator that points more like one past the end of the gap. Yeah, if there is any non-white space at all, and that's what we run into. So if fixed string is does not contain any white space, then it is suddenly no longer really that logical that you search backwards. But it's a, I think I was thinking about something like so let's say int x was the last code, and then we do if yeah, it can be white space here. And suppose I have not implemented this yet. That is of course stupid. So maybe I should not worry about that. But suppose I did implement else, but I did not implement if. Yeah, maybe it's more logical to say if def. That's what I'm writing now. If there's something, let's put a few space here, and then this is something else. Let's say pragma or something. That's something that stands on its own, and I did not implement that. Then we find the semicolon as the last token. And then I find the if def, because it's telling me about the directive but not about the hash. So now we have a gap, that is this, everything that's highlighted. And then I have to find the hash that belongs to the if def. So yeah, my feeling was I have to scan backwards to the nearest hash. Now you can argue that if I do that and then I try to add hash, then it's going to give me an error because this is non-white space. Then I have a gap before the hash that contains non-white space. So it's an error either way. Well, at least that would be a nice error. Then it would say, hey, pragma is unknown. But say I would scan forwards, which the code which already exists, but wasn't intended for this, you know. Anyway, that would find this hash then, and then I would add this hash as if it is the hash of the if def, which is not the case. Okay, and then I would try to add if def. And then we would find that all of this, starting at the P, ending here, is the gap between the hash and the if-def and not containing only white space and comments. Definitely also including the hash that actually belongs to the if-def. So that would also give an error. It's just a tiny little bit more clean, but only in the case that there is something that my program is still not supporting, and it should support everything, of course. So I'm not sure what I'm doing here. Maybe I should just scan forward to from where we left off. So that would be the semicolon. So we had the semicolon, and then the only thing that happens is white space, new lines, C++ comments, C comments, and then we reach an if-def. Yeah, I mean, then the hash is whatever is the first and the last and the only thing that appears inside that gap. So it would be a tiny little bit faster if I would just not write this function and use the existing function that was not intended for that. Let's not do this. Let's not do it yet anyway. Oh, I implemented if def, but you have an if not def. Yeah. No, I don't. What the hell? Ah, I can't read. The backslash new line in the middle of the if def. So it's not an if not def. No, we called them on end if. Okay, so it worked, I guess, or at least, yeah, we got to the end if. So what is it adding? It's adding the hash, and then it should be adding white space. Oh yeah, adding directive. Yeah, okay. And then if say I would do, now let's just add the end if as well. Now this is extremely much the same as, I mean, like, all of them are the same, really. Provided we have a location. Let's see, some of them some of them has a macro name and definition. Elif def, of course, has that, and also a log. The same parameters as the if def. Can also be called with the source range for a condition. That's kind of different. It's either a macro name or a condition. But okay, I also did not add the macro yet. So the start is the same, and then maybe you do something special. The only thing I'm really using here is the location of the directive. And that would be the log here. Log, 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 log. All of them, of course, come with an hash in front of it. Yep. Yeah, they're overridden virtual functions. So is it not already private? Might as well be in private. Probably should be private. All these callbacks. totally public. Let's make them all private from the start. Yeah, I can't print it. There is more than just a location. I'll think of something. Interesting. It's called iflock. In a minute, palm iflock, the source location of the if directive. Oh, it actually is iflock. Yeah, I need to use lock here, of course. Let's just rename all those things then. Yeah, that because I'm no longer passing these. Sorry, this one, that one. I never printed it. If we don't have a macro, then I can't print it. I could overload this function purely for the debug output. Or we can have this one print the beginning of the debug output and then continue it later, which is a bit weird for an entering though, in case it gets interrupted in the middle. I think add input token will print stuff as well, so then you get something like entering that function, parentheses open, blah blah blah, dot dot dot, continued, and then other debug output, dot dot dot, of yeah. I'm confused where it says continued. But anyway, then you get the input parameters after the function body is already executed. I don't like that. So I want to print the whole thing in one go, which means that we need to pass arbitrary other stuff. Make it a template maybe, just pass them arguments. Okay, this is gonna become interesting. So I want to pass arbitrary arguments. This function is not going to do anything with those arguments except print them. Oh, that's going to be hard as well, because I need special functions usually. If it is a token, I need to pass it to print token. In case you wonder why, that's because print token is a wrapper that also has a reference to the source manager. How is it called? You can't print it from just this. You need more information, which is stored in this object. I think you can still do this with standard variant. I mean, the problem is then you want to pass something to some function. The function is known as function of, well, it's not a function. This is a functor. This is an object with an operator parenthesis method. But which object you want to use is simply a function of the type of this thing. Print token belongs to the type of this thing, which is not given here. A token is that. But the return type determines how it is printed. So you want to call something and then something that overloads on what you pass to it. But at the same time, you want to change the return type as a function of that. Maybe that's not even normally a problem. If it was a function, that would not be a problem. I think. Guess you can overload the operator parentheses for all the different types, and then have each return a different type. Hmm. How many different things do we have to pass? A source range and condition value kind. Another source location. A macro definition. Token. It's quite a lot. Yeah, I must admit I'm getting so old that I literally forget how to declare all the dot stuff. I learned that too late, and now I keep forgetting it. It sucks, but I have to look it up. Grab my source code for it. Args. And here I use space args, and here I use type name space args. The compiler doesn't give a. It seems that it is no. Also, the LLVM project doesn't really know what they want, although they put a space behind type name, except here. But then they don't have a type name. Sorry, they don't have a space at all. Oh, here it is the other way around. Yeah. So it depends on the time of day, I guess. Most of them. Yeah, here's another one. There's quite a lot to do type name space args. Maybe we should use that then. Kind of makes sense, right? I mean, you can't have a dot before the args even begin. So if you have type name dot, and it's like, huh? And this you could theoretically read as one or more arguments. Yeah. Okay, and then we must allow us to pass this. That would be our think like that. Yep. So this is a universal reference, and then you can pass that to and send it forward like that for what they call perfect forwarding. So then whatever type was passed is exactly passed on. It's also a debug only then. Okay, so from this moment on, we want to print a comma followed by an argument repeatedly. Unfortunately, then we need a print token around stuff that is a token and stuff. And it's the MD is unclear, of course. But I can overload whatever I'm doing to print MD, I suppose, for that type. Yeah, this is very difficult. I think I have an... I do have a debug function for this that prints commas followed by stuff. So we're going to pass this to a function called, I think, called join. Let's see where it exists. It exists, yes, it only is debug, separator, comma args. Why is there is no debug, sorry, there's no documentation here. What the fuck? I wrote it. Is there a usage here or something? Yeah, a little bit. See, so we use join and the first plus is left out, but that's not what I want. I want to include a comma for every argument because they're appended. I guess that is the more join more thing here. And just try it. Right, I don't know what namespace this is in. It's a namespace debug again. Which apparently we have to add. Still confused why I would have to add namespace debug inside the out entering. Yeah, so we test this. It's not a namespace debug. Okay. Yeah, I really should put that in a namespace, but the namespace should then be automatically be included inside that macro. So we have the if not def, and then we get the end if. And then the gap is this. Because I didn't add the macro name. So it does accept an hashtag now because we pass the hashtag as a fixed string to the process gap. But it does not accept the capital M. So it already stops here. Okay, so next I have to add the macro name that is being used there. And a minute, let me make this also debug only. We now pass the macro name talk here, and then we're trying to print a macro talk directly to an OStream, which won't work really. Let me test that. What happens? It should say something like can't print token to OStream, right? Oops, it works. That's strange. I added it to if def. Okay. It literally prints dot dot dot. What the fuck? This does not make any sense. Yeah, this is not using standard forward, but I think must it must have tried to print it. Maybe the dot 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 just is what is printed if you try to print the token. Where would I have that hidden? My own debug OStream something token. Debug OStream operators token is mentioned here, but in Chintum. Maybe there is a toString then. There's a kind of a catch-all that uses a toString if that exists. It didn't work. Shocking. That could be one. Right, T. OStream serializer catch all. Enable if has not has OStream initializer. I think this is the one. This is what has been catching us, yeah. So token does not have an OStream serializer, therefore it uses this one. In order to be sure, let's change this dot 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 into something else, because come on, I got totally confused. What shall I use? Object. I like that one. It's super ugly. Super ugly. And how long is it anyway? Three bytes. Maybe you should print a space as well, because it just overlaps with the next character, it looks like. Why am I not seeing it? Hello, mushroom. Yeah, more than 30 years. I think my dot is gone, but I can't see the object. Oh, here it is. Object. Entering if def. Object. Yeah. Okay, so that's absolutely horrible. It's over the closing brace. But this is what I wanted to print. So just 2 arguments. Thought he had 3 arguments. If def directive location that is being passed. Oh yeah, yeah, we have 3, but I'm not printing the MD yet. Okay, so that definitely needs to have a space here. Shall I put quotes around it? All by itself, that is a whole character doesn't look very nice. Quotes are reserved for a string. I could put something around it. Well, all by itself, it's already very clear that it is not. Yeah, I mean what it is. So it's not what it not is, but I don't know. It looks a bit weird. This. I'm gonna put 2 question marks around it to be extra fancy. Okay, well, that's enough. So the problem is that we have to find out what type it is. Well, I want to, yeah. Let me just code. I can't talk. Do we need specializations on this? Yeah, what I would if it is a template, of course. Yeah, it is not a template. Now, print token itself is returns a pp token const reference, but auto is never a reference, and that's annoying. And we want to. I don't want to really make a copy of it. So if we use one of the others, like this one, that is not a reference. It's just file ID. Yeah, well, pp token is a wrapper around a kind. That's all. So basically just an enum. Yeah, well, let's just make the copy. Getting lazy. So this returns if for the case of a token. So if this argument is a token, then it will call this one, and then this returns a token const reference. And I think that auto then is just token, although I'm not even 100% sure in this case. Well, it doesn't really matter because it's okay to copy it. It's just an enum. But on the other hand, why the hell would it do that? It must... No, wait a minute. It must be a debug token. Didn't look well. So pp token, but we are... What the hell? It can of course not return just pp token, right? I mean, that's what we begin with that. This is allow. Oh no, print token is the one. If you use clang, sorry. We have a clang token. This is not the one. It is pp token. So the argument is clang token that returns debug token. Yeah, okay. That is then we are going to make a copy of that, something like that. Well, no, we have of course copy elation. here. As in, there is no copy constructor being called for something that you return. So it should be good. Debug token. This one. This object is returned, and that we can print then. It's gonna use this. But probably should well, it should be constructed. It is constructed from, right? No, is it? It should be constructed from a reference of the translation unit and the Clang token. Where does the construction take place? The construction takes place here. So at that point, the translation unit is a reference and a token as well. So that should work. Provided we pass the real reference here and not a reference to a temporary. So this should be the real reference then. Then I'm starting to believe it. And it is the real reference because we use standard forward. So you pass a const reference to a universal reference here. And you can even ignore the ... It's just on top of that. And then you use a standard forward argument. Sorry, standard forward args. Well, in this case, if the ... was not there, then of course the type name would have been just arg without the s. So standard forward arg or arg. And whatever, that thing again has the same type. So that is going to be the const reference that was passed. Now what? Now it should work. Well, it should no longer print object. Alternatively, it doesn't compile, and therefore, yeah, if it compiles it works, but call to a non-static member function without an object argument. Shit, yeah. Print token is a member function of the current object, so it can't be static then. Is that so? Yeah, print token is a simple member. Why is that? Cannot not be static? We're talking about this one. Okay, it cannot be static because we're using the translation unit reference, which is defined here. This is the base class, by the way, of the class that we just came from. So because this thing needs to make a copy of the translation unit reference after it is being called, we have to call it with the object, with the this pointer and everything. Cannot be static. But it should work just the same. Difference being that now it will compile. And then therefore it will not compile. Too few arguments to function call. Single argument token was not specified. What? So in this case, where we do not pass any argument, args is just empty. Yet it evaluates this. Why? This is above my pay grade. Like I said before, I'm not that good with the dot stuff. I'm just gonna ask people. Real people. Before I can ask this, I have to remove my debug macros. That will confuse everyone like crazy. Let's make a copy and then change it into something I can actually ask. You think they want to see join more as well? Because if they do, then I should just delete it. Yeah, sorry, I had to laugh because of the jokes on the backs here. It's unexplainable. That's why it's so funny. Okay. I'll just put it here so you can see the joke too now. Trolling in my Christian Minecraft server. Okay. This is not a help channel. Maybe I should ask it in the help channel instead of here. But yeah, we talked about the dotted dots before here. Maybe let's not say I have a question. More like, see? Now I run into... Now I run into what? Something related to ... that I don't get. Maybe we should put no. I mean the. Okay, I kind of see what the problem is now myself. If the dot 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 is outside the parenthesis, then maybe the whatever is inside the parenthesis is just not there. If the argument is empty, but it is inside here. So while this can be empty, and it is, from here it looks like it has nothing to do with arguments. There is no dot 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 behind here anywhere, or yeah, no, it's not. So it's like, okay, I have to call join more. Maybe the join more in combination with the comma is important. What shall I pass here? Well, there are no arguments, so let's just fill in nothing. Hell, this is just the argument list. I almost asked a stupid question. Oh boy. Yeah, the whole question is stupid. Let's not ask it. No. What we need is simply get the definition of join more, I think. Right here. So we have something and then dot dot dot. That would be empty. This returns a join object constructed from. Yeah, also not what I want. I was more looking for something like this. Skip the whole join object. Go straight to printing to the operating, to the OStream operating, to the OStream. So what this is doing is it repeats because of this these parentheses and the fact that it starts with dot 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 comma. Then it repeats for every argument whatever is in here. With an additional trick that I added in indice list so that we know when it is the first one. But I don't need to know that in this case because I just want to print the separator all the time. I don't know how to do this though. Not to mention that I don't have the OS. So the trick with the join was to catch the operating system somehow. So why I say operating system? I'm so getting so senile. It's unbelievable. The OStream. Can I write this without that? I don't think we can. Yeah, maybe this one can be empty. I don't know how to do it. I think I need to copy everything. Yeah. If I could just use join and then put my print argument around this thing, then it would work. Oh, I have a better idea. Yeah, putting print argument here is kind of nonsensical, isn't it? The whole join more just takes all the arguments and then prints them. But I want each argument to be wrapped in the print argument before they are passed to join more. I'm going to ask an AI. I mean, it's very viable. You can just try to compile it and see if it works. So maybe it comes up with something useful. Yeah, so it captures OStream as well, and then uses the fold expression, where print argument is called directly inside the fold expression. I think it is mistaken. It just used a solution that most people ask, namely the problem of having no leading separator. That's why it uses the exchange here. But I explicitly said I want to print the comma for every argument. I did not say I do not want to print it for the first argument. It works. Yeah. It already uses a fold expression right there. That is a problem with my debug library. Well, macro. That I have to jump through a few hoops to get access to that. Well, it's minor hoops actually. So I guess I can do that for this instance. Which means I need the definition of print entering and then split it up into 3 pieces. So we get access to the underlying OStream. So this the out entering is defined as, and we don't know that of course. Is this defined? Is that defined in libc.led? No, it's defined here. But I did not want to jump to that. So here we have the stream already. So instead of using the macro, I just copy this and use that. template. It is already template. No, wait, that's probably nonsense, right? That's done in the scope end, I suppose, or where is that done? That's internally done. I don't have to do that. Okay, so right, so now the whole writing to the O stream followed by a call to print argument of an argument is done inside the fault expression. Yet it still tests that the number of arguments is larger than 0. Could have done that myself. Aha. Well, I don't know. I wonder if this is still necessary. We try to get the same error. I don't. Oops, wait a minute. Let's delete this. Great. Okay. Well, I'm not showcasing here how good I am, because I'm 60 and I'm so on my way back. Really, I make non-stop errors. I forget everything. I forget things faster than I can learn. Already for a while now. So, of course, you can still see that I know things, but yeah, no. You should have watched me code 20 years ago. Great. Yeah. In that case, I think that motivation is important. So what I did is I want something, as in I want a program to do something, and I just start coding that. And then, of course, I run into after writing one line, I run into a problem like, how the fuck do you do that? But now I'm motivated because I need it. I need to know that in order to write my program. And so then you stop coding and then you start Googling. Don't use AIs. They're not good. Well, yeah, I don't know. Maybe if you don't know anything, then you can use an AI to learn the basics. But you must be able to verify everything it says. So often I ask a question and I get an answer that actually compiles and maybe even works, but it's 2 pages long and it's just not the way I would do it. I don't believe in the AIs. Not really, no. I would Google it. Read cppreference.com. That's the Stack Overflow and cppreference.com. That's the sites to go to for your questions. Or you could join the C++ Discord that I'm on. Better C++. I don't know how you can find it, but probably searchable. Yeah, and there's more. You see, now I forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, I remember what I was thinking while I was. I personally, I think it's important to have no deadline, because let's say you want to write a certain program, then there must be time and room to divert to a sub-problem and dive into that and learn everything about it. While if you are pressured to finish your program in 3 months' time, then you don't have time to learn anything. You just write a newbie's horribly written, buggy, slow program, and then after 3 months you have something that more or less works. But you didn't learn anything because you didn't have time to investigate that. No, curiosity is a good thing. You're in the middle of writing something and suddenly something pops in your head and you think, hey, how would that work? Just, start a new project, investigate that. Investigate what interests you. And then the result of that then hopefully is that you learn a lot, because you're always motivated and interested in what you are learning. You might not necessarily finish your programs, but if you keep this up for 10 years, then you have 10 years every day learn something with interest and hard work, because you like doing it. And that accumulation plus all the source code that you wrote, I think that's very important. If you say how good a C++ programmer are you, then you must be able to point to subdirectories with all your code. And you must, of course, know more or less where everything is. But if you worked hard on it, you wrote it yourself, then usually until you become 60, then you start to get it. But till a certain age, you just know where everything is because you wrote it yourself. So if then you think, how did I work again? You know, I did it in that project. Grab up and you know it, and then it's just 1 minute, and your memory is refreshed, and you can do it again. Well, if you would not write any code, or you would write code but immediately delete it, and you just don't have it anymore, yeah, then you can, you know, look it up again. That's slower. Maybe, I don't know. When I got my first job, that went as follows. I was working on IRC, right, Undernet. So I rewrote the whole protocol, improved it, and a big IT company here in this country was trying to compile it. The daemon that I was the maintainer of. And they couldn't, so they emailed me, asked for help. And then I said, well, if you pay me, because you are a company, come visit me at home and we'll talk about it. And the guy actually drove 100 kilometers to come and visit me. And then we talked for a while, and then he wanted to offer me a job. But the point was that my strong point at that moment was networking. It's basically the thing that I started with, even when I learned C. So I did C before I did C++, and like the reason I did C was because I wanted to write an IRC bot. So that's definitely networking. And so I got that job, and then they wanted me to do the networking part of a project. So they had a client, and we were in a team with 6 people. And I got the part where the protocol and networking part of the project. And I finished that in no time. They were super impressed. But yeah, I mean, come on. And I wouldn't have been able to type it from my head. I just looked at my own code. I had all these files, all those little test files, even projects that I had done that were using networking and protocol stuff. And I just copy-pasted it, changed it a bit, and hoppa, perfect code. So yeah, your the code that you write, keep it, and because that's your value, basically, in my opinion. Right. Oh, thanks, man. I finally said something useful during a stream. But yeah, Advanza Bio was very impressing me. He said, no, sure, yeah, no girl or boyfriend, won't marry. I'm going to dedicate the next 10 years to C++. Then I felt obliged to actually give some real advice. Okay, so what do we have here? The C++ comment is added. That would be this. Then the white space is added. 2 spaces. And then the hashtag is found and added. And then of course more white space, that would be that part. And then the if def, which is this, and then more white space. And still a failure because we still do not add the macro name. But what was the last thing I changed? Damn it. Printing, entering, and if. No, print entering if def. Yeah. It is working, as in this is the source location, and then we do not have a comma, but this is the token. So it worked. Great. Except of course that the whole exchange thing is bullshit, because I always want to print a comma. And yeah, the const expression also not needed because it compiled. So the only reason I had to unwrap my macro is because I need a bloody OStream inside the fault expression. It kind of sucks. Yeah. What, Post Bunny? My webcam is off. I don't even have a webcam, so what are you talking about? Talking about looking amazing, yeah, just between Post Bunny and me, right? And the rest should... I joined the fitness, Post Bunny. How about that? I think I can already do 5 push-ups. No, seriously, I could do 10 push-ups, and now I can do. After I joined the fitness, I can do 5, because I stopped doing push-ups. They go so slow every time a little weight more. So basically, I didn't do anything for 2 months now. Not enough weights. maybe in half a year. Well, half a year is a bit much, but in a few months, I might show you if there's anything visible. I want to become 68 kilograms again. I think 5 years I was 68, and then it became 75. And then I stopped eating until I was 68 again. And now I'm 72. And I thought, let's not wait until I'm 75 again. I'm just eating too much chips and stuff. So I also started eating less again. It's very hard. But then like last time, I was afraid that if you just stop eating, then your muscles are broken down like the first thing, right? So I thought I was losing some muscle mass. So it's better to do fitness while I eat less, I think. Well, lose weight, basically. Well, losing 4 kilograms shouldn't be too hard, but yeah, you want to, you know, get rid of fat on your belly. Exactly there. And I might lose 4 kilograms and still have fat on my belly. It's not going away anymore at my age. In college, they teach you not really programming. They just use some programming language to teach you certain things, like algorithms, a way of thinking. So after you leave university, you are not a programmer. They have to teach you everything still, and you get your job, and then they, in their eyes, and you are a complete noob. So if you want to actually learn programming while you are at college, then you have to do stuff besides the what they ask you. They're not giving you assignments and stuff that will teach you how to code. Not really. So it doesn't really matter if you do it in C. The assignments they give you can do it in C. And then next to that you can try to actually learn how to code. But yeah, I suppose if you're trying to learn C++, then you also want to do the assignments in C++. But if that's a good match, I doubt it, because they won't. I don't think they will. They don't even want you to use too much power. So they want you to write your own doubly linked list with pointers. You cannot use the STL. You cannot use standard list, because it's not about code. If it's about coding, then you use standard list, and you are a coder. You know how to make lists. You use standard list. But at the university, they want you to understand how that list works inside the nodes and the next and the previous pointers, and how to everything yourself. You have to write the whole list yourself, and I think it's better to do that in C almost, because C is at the level where you indeed need to do it yourself. So it's kind of frustrating to get that kind of assignments in C++, because then you think, why not use standard list or standard vector? Why do I have to write everything myself? Cycling. Well, they have it at the fitness. They have a cycle thing, and then I do a warming up on it. After 10 minutes, I lose like 50 calories. I mean, I guess the end of programming, because we're chatting now. How many calories, I rather that, does a 60-year-old programmer burn per day? Typical software. A male needs... Huh? Oh, what? They are calories. I thought they were kilocalories. Okay, tell me I'm nuts. I thought they were kilocalories. I honestly thought that the number of things that you burned were kilocalories, so like 2,000 kilocalories. Oh, then 50 is reasonable. I thought it was like, come on, I'm cycling, I'm sweating, I'm breathing hard for 10 minutes, and then I only burned a thousandth of what I burned during the whole day. But it's what a bullshit. Aha. Okay. So that yeah. I mean, now I'm suddenly motivated to bike longer. Yeah, probably bike an hour at that rate, and then I burned. Where's my calculator? Yes. I think it was like say 50 times. I think it was even more than 50 actually. Let's say 50 times. No, 8. Yeah, 400. I can burn 400 calories, I think, by bicycling an hour. But yeah, then you probably just start to eat more. And then the muscles in your legs are not broken down, but the muscles in your arm and back and everything are still. So the thing is, I think you have to use all your muscles. And what I'm doing is I just sit on my chair the whole day. So if I lose weight, if I eat less than what I need in calories, then my body's going to say, oh, you don't need those muscles anyway. So it's kind of scary. I really need to find something where I use all muscles. At least, yeah, a lot of them. And if I work out with on those machines in the fitness and I just use all muscles, then I am also working out an hour. I'm pretty sure I burn 400 kilocalories if I go from apparatus from one machine to the other, doing all my muscles. Yoga, you're just sitting on the ground with your eyes closed. Or do you mean the yoga where you stand on one hand and then do push-ups with your eyes closed? Yeah. It's better to do something, with your whole body, like climbing or something. Climbing, swimming, and not just swimming, but preferably wrestling and throwing balls, some kind of sport. Handball in a swimming pool, for example. Then you use all muscles. I just get bored so quickly. I think I would also getting incredibly bored if I do yoga. I'm not a meditative type. Maybe if I can do yoga with a headset on. And continue coding while I do that. Okay, where were we? So now we have to do this for everything, for all the types involved, possibly involved. For example, source range. So if I add condition range here, and then I want it to tell me that it can't do it. Print argument. Source range to const token. Yay. So that works too then. So now we can overload that function for a source range. And then hopefully we can print source ranges as well. Holy shit, it gets color. I had not expected that. It already exists. Yeah, print source range. You can print file IDs, source location, source range, character source range, token, and even macro directives. I might as well add all of them. And I have no memory, so I have to copy it and then paste that here and then add all of it. So print file ID, file ID. Right, should copy that first. How many do we have in total? Already have 3, so we need 3 more. 1, 2, 3 more. Okay, next lesson is about overloading. Overloading means you have the same function, except that the type of the arguments or the number of arguments is different. And I did already do, oh no, I did not do file ID, so I'm going to do file ID now. That is file ID. So I did already this one now. Source location. We did not do source location yet. Print source location. Zip, 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 zip. Lock. So depending on the type of the arguments that you use to call print argument, it will pick automatically the right function. And there are completely different functions, like completely different functions, except that they have the same name. But the mangled name is different, because in the mangling, it's not just this, but also the type of the arguments is part of the name. So at the assembly level, they are completely different. They even have different names. Source range. Do I already have a source range? I already have a source range. The token, I already have the token as well. 2 more. Now, I did see something interesting lost, which I cannot remember anymore, but it has something to do with the fact that now we have the very strong feeling that we are doing code duplication. Everything is a little bit different, but still. I cannot remember it anymore exactly. I don't even know what it was about. It was about collapsing functions, collapsing overloads. I think it was, in that article it had to do with the type of the this pointer. So if you call print argument on an object and that object is const, then you can put const here and then you'll call that, or you can even put two ampersands here, or a single ampersand, or ampersand const, const ampersand, const two ampersands, ampersand. Yeah. And they could fold that into a single function then. These are slightly different, I guess, because yeah, these things are really different, all of these. Yeah, maybe I should not have used different names to begin with. Of course, I can use overloading there as well and just give all these things the same name. That would work. If I had done that, then I didn't even need to define this print argument stuff now. I'm tempted. Maybe I should just call it print. It's a member function of the base class, so it's not like my whole source code base, or what is it, tree is going to pollute it with the global print. I don't have a print yet. Again, certainly not in as a member function in this class, so I can just rename all of them to print. Shall I do that? Shall I do that? I think I will do that, but I'll first commit this, because if it's a disaster, I have to go back. Aha! It compiles. Oh, that was in, yeah. Not just this project then. But yeah, why not? Jesus. I'm listening to some music. How is it called? Gods of War. I was wondering if that was from a game or something. Some guy with the voice of God, how is he called? No, there we go again. No memory. I could look it up. I could look it up if I knew some. Yeah, keywords, right. Yeah, not useful. Still not useful. What the heck's this? Yeah, well, let's rename it. And then it's gotta tell me. Where I call this. With what? Rather. Oh god, no AS print. Yep. I suppose I should not have used print then. This sucks. Yeah, I don't know. Let's get restore. What shall I call it? Pinned item. I missed one. Awesome. But yeah, condition value, we can't print this. I mean, you can't pass it to print. And now everything is passed to print. Print item then. You should be able to print any enum now with utils toString. Automatically. I wouldn't know how to test it though, because then I have to pass an condition value kind. Well, actually, that is probably happening as soon as I use an if. Not evaluated, false or true. Oh, the evaluated value of the condition. Right. Yep. In that case, I can test it. Ta-da, ta-da. Error function parent item will with deduced type cannot be used before it is defined. I guess this overload did not work. Nope. New thing that we learned, you can overload stuff, but it has to be in the same scope. I mean, if I move it up, then it's still not going to work. Should be able to user using, I think, though. Let's begin with moving it up. First time it's used here. Now suppose I define here an extra print item. Then apparently it's going to prefer this print item over one that it is defined in the base class. This class, base class, also has a print item. Loads of them. It's even functions. They are functions. But they don't, you cannot overload one here. I mean, you cannot define one here and overload it or not. And then overload it in a derived class, apparently. I would say why not, but yeah, I don't think that's possible. So what it's going to do is this finds the print item in the current class, and we only have one of them. That is the one that takes the condition value kind. So then it says, okay, well, I can't do that. I cannot move. I cannot convert the source location to that one argument, that function that takes only this argument. It doesn't even see the print item of the base class anymore. However, and now I'm going to try to be smart. What if I rename this thing to say print item 2? No, actually you have to hide it. I want to add it, but with the using. And I think that means that it must have the same name. So I want to add it somewhere, but it shouldn't be totally immediately visible. So then I can do the using. Could put it in a struct or something. Yeah. If I put it in a struct here, then well, actually, it's still going to work, of course. Yeah, I don't need the translation unit anymore here. This is kind of a static function. Could be a static function. So let's add some random struct. So just to hide it. I'll call this hide. Haha. And then we don't have a hide. I mean, it's just a declaration. I never instantiate a hide. Or you can call it as a static function. Why not? Might as well. No, might as well. I now call it the print item. So now it should no longer be confused with the one that takes this because it's hidden. Yes. So now we have candidates. I have a lot of candidates and none of them fit. And that problem occurs here, no matching. So if now, what happens if I do using hide print item? Then if I use print item here, it's going to say, well, that one must be considered as well. Now maybe now I can overload it. What do you think? I honestly no idea. Maybe it combines them now and then suddenly it's not working. Using declaration cannot refer to a class member. Okay, we'll make it a namespace. Hell, it was a static function anyway. Print item. What the hell? You cannot define a namespace inside a class, obviously. So now we have to put it here, outside of it. Make it a namespace. Yeah, I did have a using that namespace, I guess. Did I? Using something somewhere. PP callbacks, I guess. No, wait a minute. Condition value coined. I don't see it. Would it be enough to include the PP, which I also don't see there? What the hell? Why did it work before? No matching function equal to print item on directive location. It's still hidden. I suppose the using then hides it. It hides the base class. Okay, so what if you also do using and then the print item from the base class? So print item, which I cannot jump to. Damn it. What is the base class? That is the base class. Now they are on equal footing, are they not? I mean, you cannot ignore one and then use the other one. So either I get a compile error again or it just works. Come on. Yeah, well, obviously. I mean, a compile error on the using. Cannot, using declaration cannot, damn it, these things are still class members. And they have to be in this case. But, I mean, we can do that, but not inside a function, I think. So what if I do not do this here? Because that's inside a member function, but we do it outside the member function. Error. Using declaration in class refers to hidden, which is not a class. If I make it a class, it's probably going to say which is not a base class, or and then I will make it the base class. And fuck you too. Okay, so it's going to be a class. Struct is good enough. So probably will refuse this as well. You cannot do a using for a static member function of a struct or blah blah blah. I want to see the error. But then we have one more trick up our sleeve. Using declaration refers to hidden, which is not a base class. I saw it coming. No, it is a base class. I am so sneaky. Doesn't even have to be static then. I'm pretty sure it's gonna find a way to have another error. It just doesn't want me to combine these things, the overloads. Although it's compiling very long. Maybe it is going to work. Oh my god. It's working. Amazing. And then I think, well, then maybe I don't even need it using anymore, because now they are both in the base class. So you can, error print item found in multiple base classes. Yeah, different types. Cool. So the trick is you can overload, you can add to the overloads of a base class by using a using for the functions in both base classes. Oops, and it compiled. Oh no, I added a comment. It's going to compile 5 minutes again. Recompile everything. Yeah. I think now it's time to just add the whole everything. Seems I don't need any other overloads. All these types are already supported. No matching member, sorry, no matching member function for call to print item. In instantiation of function template specialization, preprocessor events handler directive cons blah, 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 requested here. No known conversion from Clang macro definition. Oh, I don't have macro definition. Yeah, probably. I mean, I was printing MD for that. Yeah, do I want to print something for the macro definition or do I not? Grab sources, print something with macro definition. Nothing. Maybe printing the name of the macro would be interesting, but only if that name is not already printed, I guess, by one of the other arguments, which might be the case. I think you also have the macro token, so I don't know. And if prints location and another location. Nobody knows. Oh yeah, this is the location of the if. So let's see if that is correct. So this is the location of the end if, column 2. It's here, yep. And then this should be the location of the corresponding if in column 7. That will be there. Yay, correct. And then we have a call to this one. Yeah, maybe we should print the name then. MD is a bit absolutely nothing. Well, it does have information like the name, you know, like if def. These are just called identifiers, which is a bit lame. Why do we have twice the same identifier? I mean, 3, 5, both cases. That must be a very important identifier. It's a macro name. Maybe because I passed it twice. It's better. Okay, let's print a macro definition. Can call get macro info. Which can be null apparently. Can print the macro info though. Print on. This is debug. Yeah. Yep. And then, oh, it needs a translation unit. We don't have that. Actually, you do, because it's well, very indirectly we have it. Very indirectly. Yeah. Can I get to the name without the translation unit? What do you think? Location, parameter list, token. I think I only need that for the location. It's not very clear. I don't see a clear macro name. I'm not even sure if that's necessary, because normally for a tertiary operator like this, these two, the types of this and the second one must be the same. But of course, in this case, it would not be. But then again, maybe that is not needed if the result is convertible to whatever is required. So in this case, we require a standard string. So this one is convertible to a standard string, which means that I don't have to convert it to a standard string here. But I mean, can just do say whatever. You test if it is convertible to a standard string. But the braces, could add the braces around the whole thing. But then it's hardly something it can test anymore. I mean, they put the braces here, then it's a little bit too much to ask, I think, for the tertiary operator to return two different types. Just because it's passed into braces, which is used as the initializer list for a standard string. Not gonna work. Anyway, I still don't have my name. And the main problem is that the only thing I can think of is that macro info debug object that I have. If I create that, I need a translation unit, then I can create it, and then it can be printed. I have no idea how it works, so maybe it doesn't print anything. Oh, it does. Hey, holy shit, it prints too much. Parameter list prints range, macro. Yeah, oh well. Much vol print is. So these things are debug. Because print item is only used here, which is inside CW debug. and the translation unit. So how do we get the translation unit? Well, hidden is always and only base class of preprocessor events handler. So if we just make this a for declaration instead of actually declaring it. Yeah, or we could add a virtual function. Maybe I don't like to rip this apart again. So if I move the definition to below this class, I can just use a static cast to go from hidden to that class, and then from there to there again, and then we have the translation unit. Or we can just say use a call translation unit being a virtual function. Again, sorry, the macro info needs a translation unit const reference. Yeah, it could be normal reference or const reference. Both can be converted to const reference. So implement the virtual function in the base class. Sorry, in the derived class. No. Go to CW debug. What are we doing here? This is inside. This is not where I wanted to add it. Yeah, this is just the place. While conversion from A returned value of type string view. Oh, it's returning string view. Yeah, true. Cannot convert a string view to a string, not without explicit constructing it. And we can, this is just to print, right? So I might as well make this a string view. Go back to the auto. Kinda don't like auto, but in this case it makes sense. It's more like a proxy. I want to replace the print item with this for that type. Unknown type macro info. Did you mean debug macro info? No, that was this one. This one is Clang, I guess. Totally. I meant Oasis. Pile Beach. Ah, drag it out. Now, okay, so story grep CW format. Because I'm too lazy to type this again. And still it doesn't work. Because it still didn't add the macro name. But now it is printing. Oh, all that work. Actually, it is not defined. It is not defined. Oh, I tested that too. Let's define the thing. Hey, let's lose. I'm getting sick of the backslash new line stuff. Let's use something that is C++. That is defined in the built-in. Very curious how that will print. Built-in. It's printed as no name. Really? Oh, still no name. It is an identifier at that location. Location built in line 403. But no parameter list. That seems correct. Replacement tokens, we're no, none, well, no. Well, just one, of course. Number constant. Number of parameters 0, number of replacement tokens 1. Definition length 7 is functional as false. Loads of false is disabled is very false in multiple ways. Yeah, I don't know. I had expected to get a name there, but no. Kind of waste of effort. Yeah, I think it's time to either go to bed or add the bloody macro finally. I think that's the last thing I do today. So we go back to wherever I was, like this, and then we add in well, if def. This is what we get, right? This is now printed. So that adds the directive, and then we have to add the macro name. Add input token, pp token, something. Or add input token. Takes character source range. No, I just have a token, right? I have no idea what I have actually. Oh wait, I don't have anything. This thing is going to be added as an identifier, I think. No, it's not. Oh, never mind. This is not where I have to add it. Oh boy. Nope. Someone else is going to call add input token, and then we have to realize that we still didn't add the macro name. Like seriously? Seriously? No. Could be kidding me, man. Is this true? I'm afraid it is true. I do have a macro name talk though, but not the location there. Oh, wait a minute. The token has the location built in. No, you can just add it. Simply pass it. So add input token with just passing the token. That's this one. That should work. But then that is added as an identifier. And to be honest, I want to know that it is a macro. Or not. I kind of do, I think. Yeah, it's not really an identifier if it is a macro. So we want to pass a pp token, which let's see. Can I add a macro name? No, the name of a macro that is being defined. That is not a function. The name of a macro that is being defined, that is a function. Macro invocation name. Invocation of a macro that is not a function. That's what we want to do with this. Unless it is a function. Okay, that sucks. Although I think that these things are now automatic. So all I have to do is either add this or that, based on whether the thing is a function like macro, and then the rest is added automatically. Let's just begin with adding this. So what I want is to pass a PP token preprocessor token. Still PG this stream. Though I think even on a PG stream you can talk about the PP. As long as it stands for a preprocessor, of course. Input token. So there would be this, for example. So either I get the character source range, or I get a fixed string. Well, that's certainly not the case. Or I get the token location. I think I have that. I can get a location directly from the token. This is the easiest one to use, I think. So I'm gonna pass a source location. Yeah, I already have that here. So just call a get location on the token. Why the hell would that not exist? That's part of the translation unit. Translation unit. No matching member function call to add input token. Only one candidate. This makes no sense whatsoever. Seriously. Because I tell it it's a template, but it isn't. Sorry, not a template. There's only one template. The rest is calling the template, but they are not templates themselves. Oh, and then this doesn't work, of course. Wait a minute, you just kill that off. This must be token, the PP token kind now, right? I hope so. Sorry, or not. No, it's a PP token. Oh. Because this is a PP token kind. So, of course, we can construct a thing from a kind, so that should still work, right? Yeah, should still work. So with or without braces should compile. Well, the braces are necessary when you when I try to call the constructor, sorry, the template, because yeah, then you pass something that is not even allowed for the template, and then it would have to figure out. Well, the template has requires. It can be a Clang token or a PP token, and if I don't pass something in random, that doesn't fit either. Then it says, sorry, you cannot do that. But if I put braces around it and I add the PP token between angle brackets in the front, which basically tells it what the type of the template parameter is, then finally it understands that I want to construct a PP token with those with that initializer list. But in this case, not needed. No template inside. I think it finished. Now it's adding a macro invocation name. And then finally we get to see the name. Source range skipped. That's an interesting one. Hook called when a source range is skipped. Range, a source range that was skipped. The range begins at the if-else directive and ends at the end-if-else directive. Okay, so if you do if def not defined macro, yeah, then it is going to be skipping it. Skippity skip. Well, I don't really want it. Do not skip. Do not receive. Do receive $500. Because we are formatting, so we want to format every part. Yeah, it makes no sense whatsoever not to format code that is, at that moment not being used because of the macros. So this should never be called. But it is midnight. I'm going to bed, or rather, I'm going to play a game of chess. Let's play until I lose. 5+3 casual. I could play casual. It's not for a rating. Isn't that interesting? I can do anything I want now. I do not have to be afraid of something. Oh no, I give away a pawn. And not being afraid didn't help either. The stupidity. I might as well give up now. I hate this. What is shit? So I can go to bed, I guess. I lost.